All right, let's get some music going. I think I liked fantasy last time. Looking at an intro video, I really want to change my particles from a single flat horizontal triangle to a little tiny pyramid. I think it'll make it more physical. Okay. I did take a break yesterday from game dev, so it will be good to get back. Alright, so today working on an item chest such that when you go out in the world there should be a chance to find an item chest in one of the open spots. And when you approach it or destroy it, it would drop an item. Hey Sura, what's up? It's cracking. Now previously I was working on some controllers support for items, and I've added a little tutorial hint for when you take this boy out and grab the item, and the next hit would be to open up the items menu, and now by default it highlights the new item in the inventory on the left, and then you can supposedly you can press A to quickly equip it out. However, that was not implemented yet. Right now A is still gonna try to use the skill from the A at the bottom. Ideally what I need to do is to, when you're in this mode, disable all the inputs for the combat, pause the game, hide the hints in the bottom for the skills, and then A would work on the item. That's the idea. And I start working on that because now my input state machine has a setting to check if you're in the world or not. For example, if you're in inventory menu, you no longer can move the character at all until you go back to the world context, and then you can. So I have a system in place to handle it. Now just a matter of putting it to use. I'll put that to good use, as Diablo 2 says. So I can maybe handle this very quickly, and then do the item chest, for which I'll need to create a little simple Blender model. I did have a chest from a previous prototypes for items, but maybe I'll make something new this time. Something highly simple. I do think from time to time, how much can I get away with keeping very simple graphical design? One of the things I like to watch on YouTube is like super low poly mesh designs and how to do them in Blender. At some point I'll get into graphical quality, but not for a while. Okay. So far everything is by me except the female model. That I took from a site called, there's a site called Das 3D. And Das 3D has a whole bunch of model shapes and whatnot. A whole bunch of things you can have on here. And what I have, I took the base mesh for the female figure. Actually also the dual ponytails. That came originally from Das 3D as well, bought it for a few bucks. And then I reshaped it, redesigned it, and remashed it to make it more game appropriate. Outside of that, everything else is just me, but then there's not a whole lot. Aside from clothing. Clothing I need by myself though, and the rest of it, but that's fairly simple for now. Little walls and blocks that just completely easy. Nothing too fancy. I guess the fanciest so far is the robot itself, which I did design following one of the tutorials for Blender. And the fact that, let's see. Yeah, like all animation is mine. I did not take animations from anywhere else. That's funny. What is it doing? Yeah, so animation was definitely something I had to learn, but it's a lot easier when it turns out. In fact, so far, programming the actual game logic is by far, and the whole Vulkan rendering is far more complicated. What helped me a lot was finding good sites, good sources for information. For example, my favorite so far is P2 Design. They have specifically multiple courses for effective rigging and animation. And with that, I was able to do some fancy rig setups for my character. And this one has like hours of that course detail. Let me see if it's at the bottom somewhere. Yeah, but he shows you exactly how to build everything from scratch, understand the basic idea. It's been really helpful. And then it's got a separate course just for animation separately. So first how to rig and then how to animate. I bought them a couple of years ago, maybe more. So you can see like they contain like hours and hours. It's like almost like you're taking multiple college courses on each one. I believe this course was an update, which I have, but didn't go through it again yet. Yeah. Because rigging animation is a separate skill set. Like a little Blender, you can do pretty much basic stuff that you need more or less for free. And it's quite functional. And here you can see over all little pieces of robots that can be broken apart. Yeah, so my game is using this. Well, this render is ray tracing, which is why you can see all the reflection. For example, here, the wrist rings guards are shiny, and so they get reflected on the floor or the walls. It just generally gives a different look to the game because I have like slight balance where I bounce off the surfaces once to check if a shadow is in the shadow, another one to see what else it's bound to sing into, if it's to the sky or next to the wall, and that shades it a little bit extra, as opposed to no ray tracing at all. And then it's much more muted, it just, there's nothing else going on. But here you'll see actual shadows and like reflections. Pretty sweet. But yeah. You definitely need to start OpenGL and graduate from there. Especially skinned animation for little guys and ray tracing, that was a big challenge. I had to do like a whole bunch of fancy stuff in GPU to make it work. Because OpenGL, if you just do like regular non-ray tracing skinned animation, you just have one skeleton, and you just invoke it multiple times for each robot until you're like, hey, here's position, here's its state. Fine. You're just gonna draw the picture, you're done. For ray tracing, you actually need to create full out individual separate mesh every frame for every guy. So some of you actually have a compute shader that produces these meshes on the fly. The rasterizer is just gonna cheat, just gonna draw it on top of a buffer. For ray tracing, you're creating essentially a copy of the world. So you need a separate mesh, individual mesh for every little guy that walks around. Which means in the future, you probably won't be able to do as much skin animation at some point. Maybe some kind of limit some of that, but because I have direct control exactly how I'm doing, I'll be able to optimize it, I think, so it should be good. Okay, so to do the whole pickup of the items, what I need to do is when I'm opening the items, Just change the context. But yeah, totally. OpenGL is perfect. You don't need to go any fanciers. I mean, hell, plenty of people just make it just straight up simple as DL without anything else going on. It just depends on the game. Like, for example, Dwarfen Fortress I was just reading about today. Those guys have like almost 1 million lines of code. And just, I think initially it was just pure text. And only then he came on later to use OpenGL's DL way, way later. And even now it's primarily just to port things around. Yeah, doing anything beyond text graphics. There you go. Pick what you want to achieve and pay for it. Either of your time or dependency on another existing engine. And hope that they deliver what you need. Okay. Okay, if the inventories panel is visible at all, then we'll know this context. It's not the good way to do it. I'm better off doing it as like a big, big thing. No, I don't like this either. To this. That might be good enough. No. Really? Inventory menu. Good. I'm changing context correctly. That is good. seems to be down here. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So now oh, because I'm not detecting the input, it doesn't switch. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so now pressing A no longer fires anything, so that's progress. And now I just need to divert that to item equipment. Oh, Snapple. Oh yeah, because I added a new thing. Because I added a new thing. Multiple things, in fact. So what do you work on, Suda? What do you do with OpenGL? What do you plan on doing with OpenGL? If you got something that I can check out on the YouTubes or somewhere, I'd be down for it. Okay. Where's this thing right here? Hey, yes. He seems fine. I'm good with that. You know what? I think it's time to save the inventory as well. I know I'm not currently saving anything at all. So that's a thing. I need to do that now. Let's see, how do I save things and equipment? Write to JSON, return JSON, good. Oh, I'm just writing it out. That needs to go in a common thing. Into a common thing. So let's see. This is writing. No. This is destination, source, and the allocator. Oh, it's like fake Star Wars music. Okay. That should do it. Okay. That looks good. See if compiler likes that or not. Compiler approves. Let's check the runtime. Okay. Just take read item. Let's need this. Wait, what is this? Doesn't have a member. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. Right. Can be const. Which means you can wipe that out. Right. Okay. Man. Okay, my size is good. Do I need a size in here? I don't think so. Or perhaps. Because all my items are actually the same size, regardless if they're empty or not. We're just a boolean flag to indicate that. Without that, otherwise you have to be like maybe like pointers to an item. I didn't want to go with that. But that means okay, I should at least save it. Let's see. Sometime soon I'll need to save player in a different part entirely. And it's safe. Good. This restrains of reason. Now I just need to read it in. Oh, I check right here if it's there or not. Well, I already do it here. Ta-da! Now inventory is persistent. I just check better starting the game. Yep. Good. Let's save this state. Okay. Wait a second. do wonder. Yeah. Whoop. Let's see. I need a new. Item action 1. Hey Lauren, let's see. Gonna make a playlist of a nice lines of numbers. Definitely can. Actually start initially giving the titles like day 1, 2, 3. Yeah, why not? Well, I'm kind of curious if it's actually useful for beginners. Because for beginners you really want more guidance. There was definitely very little guidance here. It's more of a like slice of life for development. But yeah, it's not a, that is a good idea. I do have a playlist for my game updates, but not for development. I can do it now, actually. Yeah. But for now, let's see. Okay, mapping action. I'm looking for move selected item. That is A, correct. And now we should have need to update. Right here. Because I have Giant struct with all the action 1. Right? Let's see. So you open up the menu. Yeah, briefly appears. Don't know if it's visible on stream, but just first time I press it. So that's good. Indeed. Playlists. Let's see. Hey YouTube, why are you making it so difficult to create a new playlist? I'm looking at my other screen. Can't be that difficult, man. And yet it is. Oh, I see. Let's see. Live coding. Okay. Well, at least I called most of them live, so that's good. Created. Alright, let's test the link. Here's the playlist. That looks good. I just need to correct one thing in there. And that is one of the live videos doesn't say that it's live in the title. And that is no bueno. But I'd be curious to get the feedback if you're learning anything from this observation. I was actually thinking about before I began streaming this, that if you just go online, you can find a lot of tutorials and just YouTubers making different videos about, hey, this is how you do things in this language, you do that thing. But oftentimes it's very surface. Doesn't go too in depth, and it's usually kind of flashy. Whereas getting stuff done, it's a bit different. Requires different mental approach as well. Versus a lot of tutorials are mostly geared to be kind of fun to observe, It's almost like they're made for people who are not motivated to learn the topic. They must be doing to optimize the view counts. Okay. Okay. Well, I now have the item action 1. Item action 1. Good. So now. What is that button? Item action. Tag view action. Let us go to UI. What I really need to do is to add a feature to select the UI entity just by clicking. Now I'm having to remember where it is. I have to kind of open things up, navigate it down the depth. That is not ideal at all. But I haven't gotten lazy enough to do it just yet. Item code actions, yes. And this is with text test to equip, yep. Tag view action, okay. But now there's only one action view, okay, okay. It determines if it's visible. And if it is, it will. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this control is not gonna fly. All right. The button shall have access to the input stage. Okay. This might get fancy, because this button doesn't know. It doesn't know about the inventory. Not really. Not really. Oh, but there's a query right here. Okay. See, so if it is visible, this is where I could check if item action is on. Except on Zyl Lambda, this needs to be made visible. Okay. So let's just for now. Yeah, I just want to see if it actually gets triggered. Does it work at all? Here. Oh, interesting. It only works on... Bro. There you go. It did. Okay. So now we're all the way there. I mean, it's like digging for layers. Just a little bit at a time. So now that we're at this point, I know the inventory. Yes. I know what item I'm looking at. And we know now we can move it to equipment and swap out the places. Oh boy. Now to do the hard work. Now, I want to actually trigger the UI animation that moves the item across the screen, but for now, draggable. Right. Auto draggable component is the one that does that fancy UI movement. Right? Yeah, but who triggers it? I forgot how I implemented this entirely. It's been months. Months. Auto move operation. Maybe that's all I need to do. It will happen on its own magically. Oh, that I think it is. Just need to flip this flag and it will move the item. I think so, actually. Wow. That might be easier than I thought. Okay. Trigger the auto move of the item. Find the UI item. The slot and flip on auto move on auto move. Is that what I called it? Auto move? Auto drag will. Now let me see. I need the item. The item is in the links. Should be UI links somewhere. Yes. That's what it is. So UI inventory, UI entities. I need to grab that. Can't be that easy, right? Just one single line? Sounds like it based on my memory. Just double check. That seems like what should happen. I need something else. Okay, he sets it to true. Oh, I also need to do the modified. Right. That makes sense. Ah. Interesting. Let's track it down. Draggable. Don't see it changing to that. Oh, it must be looking. I wonder what it's looking at. Oh. Yeah, it skips it over because this is the injury slot. Whereas what I need is the item. Okay. Which means I have to look at the item, at the child items. That sounds right. Oh, yes. That actually works. So now pressing a controller. A. And that moves. Excellent. It's the first step. First important step. And I'll go back to fleshing it out even more later. For now, time to work an item chest, as promised. I do have this item chest from my previous prototypes, and I am feeling lazy. So I could just use that. Do I want to break it? Do I want to break it up? I think I do. I think I do. What was it called? I had an extension. An add-on. What was it called? Fracture? Maybe just built in now. It's odd. Cell fracture, that's right. What was it? quick effects. Oh, they moved it in here. Quick explode. Interesting. It's a new thing. Number of pieces. 5. Duration. Sounds like animation. Use operator search. I'm not seeing it. Definitely not seeing it. Oh, Blender 4.2. Where did you hide it? Oh, I like my bull till. Yes, please. And of course I have still fracture that. There you go. There you go. 7, 8. Oh, actually, yeah. Just as I thought, it creates animation. I don't care about that. But I do want self-fracture. Just 4 pieces to keep it simple. That's good enough. Most certainly good enough. Intact. And hide it. Should be fine. Just need to make sure it has V maps. I don't want this. Why does it look so weird? Huh. Whatever. Bro, what did I do? Oh, I must have been doing something fancy here. I don't need any of that. Yeah. Come on, Blender, do not blue screen my machine, okay? It loves to blue screen. Uncomplicated ones. Okay. So a little bit of ugly AO will look perfect from a distance, but not up close. But my game doesn't have up close view, so it's completely reasonable. On to the next piece. Okay. My game requires UV maps, so I kind of do them for every little object I have, sadly. It's very sad. Okay. Okay. I don't feel like doing AO for each little piece for now. It's for later. Okay. Wait, what is this? Okay. That's good enough. I don't have an item chest yet, right? No, it's a new file. Actually, yeah, I do have it already. Alright. That's fine. Oh, where do I find the 3D assets I use? It's weird, why didn't I see it in my other chat? Hold on. I think my main YouTube comment is not up to date somehow. Let me repop out. So the 3D assets I use, I make my own, with only one exception. Let me see. So the only assets I use for my own that are not my own is the female shape, and that comes from Dash 3D. And this shape actually comes for free if you just install Dash 3D and figure out how to set up basic shapes and export it. Then the shape itself is free. I think only currently using one non-of object, trying to decide from that, which is I have think something like anime hairstyle. Oh, looks good. I need to make something like that for the game. The tricky thing about all these models here that they're not particularly made for games, so oftentimes way too heavy. So you have to process them a little bit, add some, remesh them to lower the triangle count. But that oftentimes they use specific shaders to actually render this out properly. Like this is not gonna look like that in the game. You have to do some really complicated graphical stuff to make it work that way. So from that, for now, I just make everything on my own. Primarily because games have different requirements for everything, especially for a more simplified look that I'm going for. I'm not going for Unreal Engine quality with insane density of meshes and stuff. There you go, we applied it in chat as well. Now I need to make a new prefab for the chest. Prefab 19. Chest item. Okay. And just right here. Why is it not seeing everything else? I should see other things too. Change the new material. Item chest and I guess it's fine. Item chest. Some ugly color, I don't know anymore what. Let's see, what doesn't look completely butt ugly? Something muted like this. Sure. Wait, it didn't save? Okay. But why did it not save everything here? I know I saw it in GLTF. I just need to reload the game. Right. Before I do that. Will it just be dynamic and kinematic? Or would it be static? guess dynamic kinematic is good. Keep it kinematic as well. Take a look at the shape for the collision box. Oh, it's completely wrong. Completely wrong. Oh, you know what? This neck case needs to be lowered down. Yeah. Alright, now I need to restart. Oh, it is not happy. It is not happy. Oh, I did not save it. Did not save the textures. Must have not saved the new texture. Okay. Okay, it's time to go manually patch it up. I should fix that soon. This needs to be wider. That is impossible to read now. Let's see, add a new material. Did that do it? Yes. Good. That's better off. Now let's check the collider shape. I mean, that's reasonable. Good enough. That is good enough. Actually, what I need is a world chunk with a chest on it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Emperor? Oh, however you pronounce that complicated funny name. Currently working on an item chest. Let's see, I should call it node. Basically a spawnable chest item. Yeah, I like that. I'll add that soon enough. I need to manually massage. Prefabs. So what I'm making is I'm making a little grid space that will have a chest on it. So this by default is an empty one. Item chest node. Yeah. So, but in general, I'm working on the action RPG. Let me bring up one of the latest videos I have. A few days ago, I was working on the airstrike ability in this case. So this is in slow motion. I think I can actually show it here. Full screen. So this is your control character. Then you can call down abilities, get the items. And then you off into the world. No. I've had this error before. Don't know what's crashing it yet. I need to figure it out. At least not consistent. But what's crashing? Oh, you know what? But some other videos I can show meanwhile. Let me see. I think this was me testing out the ability initially. Right? Well, it's an older version, it's a little faster. Just gonna white things dropping everywhere. Yeah, eventually I add a little bit of model to it. So that's the thing, I'm not using any engine at all. This is all built from ground up with C++ and Vulkan. But the only library I use is Physics 5 for physical simulation, which even now is pretty simple. I barely use it. Outside of that, just about everything just from scratch by myself. Now the drawback is that it takes longer to get certain things done. The positive thing, I know exactly what's going on or where to look for things or how to implement things. Oh, but sometimes I get crashes. And then it's up to me to figure out what the hell's crashed in Vulkan. How about this? I bet it will work fine if I just do it here. So one other cool thing is because I have my own engine, I don't have to rely on high requirements. So I actually have two renders. This is a simple render that does barely need GPU. I can actually run it on integrated graphics. Oh yeah, I had to learn a lot of stuff, both from rendering and to implement other things. And I worked for several years for companies, game companies. So some of that I learned on the job, some of it just figured out on my own. Some of that just picked it up from tutorials I'm just struggling for days and weeks and months. Why is it so loud? So now I have my own two renders. For example, this is the easy, simple render. And this is the ray trace render. So now you get pretty reflections, you have a little bit of lighting going on. Will it crash? Okay, good. So now I get to enjoy build out my own action RPG so you can have different abilities. I'm mostly geared towards sci-fi with like anime inspired outfits. And pick up items. Then you can look at the items and be like, I want that item, equip it. Except that's one, book is broken right now. I will get rid of the book soon enough. Right now the game is generating the world kind of randomly. So for example, if I go into special debug mode, you can see the character just kind of moves around. As you move around, that previous chunk goes out of existence. And then you go to the great spawn a new chunk. And so on. Now for now, you can actually see the border. But that's more for me to debug things, so I make sure everything is working correctly. But in the future, it'll be configured so that the player never sees the end of the world. So that the illusion is that it goes forever. Now, I also have a laser. Invest a point into laser. And my favorite double turret laser. Oh, these are some of my favorite things. Burn them down, boys. Burn them down. This is still pretty early on. I have some basic systems in place like skill points, attribute points. Build up some basic item system so it has attributes that apply and so on, but that's going to be a little bit more effort too. So procedural world generation is basically just going to wing it. If, in my case, everything is made up of little separate chunks, which you can see if I turn on debug view. Specifically this thing. Except I'm going to turn off all this annoying node mesh. I don't want you. And so now I can see that this world is actually made out of little blocks. I think right now it's like maybe 9 by 9 blocks for each little grid. And it's up to you to how to fill it out. You can come up with whatever rules you want. There's many ways to generate them out. Minecraft has a whole bunch of fancy stuff. In my case, it's kind of simple. It's more like a setup rules. Which nodes can be next to which nodes. Like a wall node could be next to another wall node, and the corner requires 2 connecting walls. And out of that, you're gonna get some kind of random configuration. Right now, I've put very little effort into it, but just enough to get things going so I can go around and blow things up. Burn them. Burn them good. Get the items, move on. So one way I'm working on this game is that I'll go around and in a spiral where I touch a little bit of every system and I bring it up to speed and then move on to the next one the moment it improves a little bit. That way it's easy for me where the game is, and oftentimes one system needs to be updated depending how the other one works. And so now that you have little robots, you can build them up, you can pick up a whole bunch of items from it. So the chunks. Yeah. And so right now I'm working adding another block like that, little chunk here. That will have an item on it. So for example, here's a separate chunk just for little wall corner. There's different wall corners where it's just the walls, or just empty block. So right now I'm working on a copy of an empty block. And this is going to be item chest block. So now I get to build it out. So my game is made out of components. So let's see, it needs physical component to define a shape. Needs a position, rotation. Material will be good to have. Is it a mesh? It's a mesh so I can actually see the item chest. Okay. No, chest is too deep in there, so let's raise it up a bit. Yeah. That's good. Oh, that's the wrong one. Ground. Well, so I've played around actually a couple of different engines as to why I'm not using game engine. I used to, for a long time, work on one of open source engines. I even published a book on one. So here's open source game engine I used to work on. That's what I used to get paid for to work on. And even published a free book on it, how to make games using this engine, of which you can get a free PDF nowadays, as long as I find the book on Amazon. And so for a long time I spent a number of years prototyping game projects in this game engine. Then of course Unreal Engine 5 and so on, but I was not particularly satisfied with level of control I had over everything. It was more like playing Lego pieces, and you can just bring big Lego pieces on. It looks like you make some kind of game, but it always felt a little bit off, like I didn't have quite the full control that I wanted over it. So I always wanted to have my own technology to implement what I need, the way I want it, at the speed that I want it. Versus working the game engine is, you just kind of have to do things the way that are done in the game engine, and if something's broken there, it's a giant tool. Like if you're trying to fix a bug in the game engine, it could be really a challenge, especially if you barely know it. It's just such a drag. And the most difficult part of the game is not really the beginning. It's not at this part. Because I got to this point where the character moves around. That's not the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is like in the last couple of years, when everything is just broken, or like somebody has some kind of shipping bug that blocks your game or crashes. Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of experience in that, so with that you can definitely do it. But yeah, if you're just starting out, then definitely not. In the past, I've built prototypes on Unreal Engine. A year and a half ago, I actually went on Udemy and I spent some 150 hours going through Unreal Engine 5 trainings, everything up and down to see how it works. And I spent a few months building out my own prototype from scratch in Unreal Engine 5. It looked very pretty, but we had a lot of good tools to it. I could definitely see how it would look good, but it just comes with a lot of headache. It's kind of like dating a very pretty girl. Like it's gonna be very pretty, but it's gonna be some headache. And the question is if you want to handle that or not. Now for a video game, I decided I'd rather have my own tech. I don't need that much. It's gonna be more like an indie game. I didn't want to deal with all that nonsense. Yeah. Because the Unreal Engine is very pretty, just by default comes out of a box. It just looks so good. But on the other hand, I can run this game without a GPU entirely. Like you don't even need a graphics card. Because my graphics are so simple, like in this mode, that, for example, here I have an Intel CPU and it comes with a built-in integrated GPU graphics. And I've tested it and it runs okay at like a small resolution. I can hit 60 frames just fine. And it's nice because my game is much smaller, runs faster, and has less requirements on the clients. Because I figure if somebody's gonna be buying like a game like that, it's probably gonna be like on the low range, maybe like $5 to $10. And people's gonna dish that amount of money. They're not gonna have 4090 crazy video cards. So you'd be better off to target the audience that has less powerful machines as well. While also have supporting some high quality if you have it. Now that I have an item chest, I need to add it to generation. Yeah, the thing about graphics is that I don't even have textures yet. Like, this is just more like straight up plain colors with some shadows, and that's it. I could definitely at some point, I might consider adding actually painting all the models and adding some details to it. We'll see. For now, this is more like basic outlines, just to get the idea. For example, these big yellow blocks, they can be more fancier walls, but why worry? It's too early. The primary sell point is going to be the gameplay. I just need to make sure that feels good, runs well. For example, bro, why sound so not being saved? For example, right now I'm playing around. What if I don't want? Right now, if I'm placing the button now, it takes a bit of a delay to actually land. But what if I speed it up? Just a little bit. I can speed it up a bit so that the moment you press the button, it feels like the rockets land right away. So it feels nice and highly reactive. So the models, so I do create my own rigs, my own animation for the character, my own models, and I have used Blender for all that. So right now, I just added an item chest. This is a super simple one. And so I did just import it here. And it's standing right here. Well, it's facing away from me. Let's turn this chest around. Maybe? And now I can add this new prefab into generation. Let's call this chest items. So now I actually have a little map editor here. And I think I have a bunch of code names for what different blocks are. I'm just gonna look quick shorthands. So in this case, I can have this be the item. Let's add it to the map here. Go chest item. And this is maybe portal. And so now I should see a chest right here. Voila. I do. It's decent size. I approve. And so now what I can do is that when the character gets close to that, it will just break on its own and then some item will fall out. In addition, what I can do is add it to the generation system as well. So my current, the engine that I have right now doesn't have any multiplayer stuff. But my main expertise from work comes from multiplayer, so I can always implement it if I want to. But the thing is, as an indie guy, multiplayer is not particularly going to get you all that much. The moment you make a game multiplayer, you need a lot of players to play it together. And so it becomes like a chicken and egg problem. You are multiplayer, so you require players, but you don't have players yet, so they can't really use your multiplayer, so they're going to want single player at first anyway. And I'm not looking to build a massive MMO or anything like that. It's more like a little Diablo, simple Diablo game. Now in the future I might add co-op, but even then most people don't play co-op or multiplayer. Like most people, even like Diablo 4 game for example, I play once in a while. I really just play it like it's a single player mode, and I think a lot of players play the same thing. Like maybe 10% of the time they'll play multiplayer, or if you're a streamer you'll play multiplayer, but outside of that, I don't think it's a very popular thing to do. Let's add a chest. Oh, Snapple. Oh, did I not save it somehow? Save it here. I think I just need to update some logic. So this is a generation setup, by the way. This is where you define for each little block type what the rules what can you have to this block. Are you allowed to have certain types? Are you forbidden from having other types? Generally, if you want, the algorithm I use for that is called wave collapse generator. So if you just search for that, you'll find some.
This video is about
some fun things. It's a pretty old algorithm, but this is more or less what I've used as well here. For each node to figure out what options are left over, you randomly pick one of the options, and based on that you figure out what other neighbors are allowed to be. And you're just gonna propagate it out. It doesn't even need to be perfect, just something to generate. Now, why was this crashing? Let's fix that. No, it doesn't use graph theory. It's more of a... You list out all the possibilities for each node, and then every time you place a node, you select a node for one of the spots, you affect the neighbors and remove the options that are not allowed based on a neighbor next to it. So for example, you can say like a wall is allowed to be next to another wall. So if you place the wall there, and then you increase the chance of getting the wall next to it. Well, for example, for chests, I'll define I don't want any walls next to the chest, so it's nice and open area. So anytime there's a wall node, the neighbor nodes will disallow the chest from being there. And then you just select randomly from the remaining options after that. But there are many ways to generate this stuff. Wave collapse algorithm, just one of many. One of many. And I think I learned it actually from one of the YouTube videos.
This video is
Like right here, you can actually see how it expands out. What it does is that, I'm guessing those numbers here indicate what types are available to pick from. As you place them, the numbers go down because it removes some of the options for the nodes. And then once you get down to low enough, you just pick one of those full options and just put it down there. And then you just expand out based on the neighbors. And just from that you get your random generator this way. So you can see, for example, next to the water block you get a 10, versus next to a forest you get a 4. I'm not sure what are the rules are defined here, but that limits what nodes are allowed next to what. Yeah. And you can find all the systems and how it defines. Now, I need to fix this. It says 19. Oh, I have this. Some classical music, okay. No. I need to rate this. Wait, why am I doing all this? This is already 19. Prefab ID. Hold on. This is always confusing me myself. Yeah, you can definitely make any game without object-oriented languages for sure. In fact, all the old games were made exactly that way. They were made in assembly. There was no assembly object-oriented language back then, for sure. All the arcade games are made exactly the same way, either like assembly or C. Like, I'm using C++, but it's more convenience. I don't actually use any inheritance, only if it's like some external library requires me to. Otherwise my code is very functional, straightforward, which I don't use any kind of fancy features at all. Very simple stuff. Alright, let's see, will it crash? No, it didn't. Oh, there you go. It's time to define the rule. Now, let's see. This is a chess node. What do I want to forbid anywhere next to it? I want to forbid... maybe do the opposite. I don't have the way to remove this. Let's do it again. Let's see, for chest. Ooh. Ooh. There's more things to fix. Ah, yes. Yes. How about this? You know what, for now I don't want to mess around too much with those rules. I'm gonna keep it simple. Key is to focus on the essentials, not trying to fix every little bug that comes up and whatever else. I just say that. So now, when we go out there in the world, after this tutorial stage, I should be able to see chests here now. Eventually. Hopefully. Now, looks like I need to define a few more things. Bro, lay off. Let's try it again. So if you want to learn 3D rendering in general, I would suggest... I mean, it's always good to start with an existing game engine. For example, you can start even with big engines to give you just a general idea of all the things that you need in general. Or if you want to go from bottom up, you can start with some easier libraries to use. One is called Raylib. And Raylib has some million different bindings to a whole bunch of different languages. And it provides you ability to make some simple games, even like that. Boom. And then you can see what kind of code it took to generate that. Now in this case it's C code. And you can start a simpler example. But even aside from that, it has... I wonder if it has bindings for other languages. Here's an example. Standard games, classic games. Interesting. Even has a cute snake. I don't know how to control this one. Oh, maybe examples. Yeah, examples that I was looking for. I think this one, all it does is you can just turn. Yeah. And then if the beginning example is only a couple of pages. It's easy to get started on. And he has different bindings for different things. So that's like when you go from bottom up. Just to get the basic ideas on, for example, do this and do this 3D stuff later. Just depends on your experience. Like if you already have good experience just building software in general, you know how to debug things, how to learn new things, then you don't need that quite as much. That's a cute example. Looks like I should draw this. And this one has bindings for all kinds of languages. Because there was two ways to tackle going towards the game. You can always go to one of the existing game engines, you use visual scripting nodes, you barely need to use a language to get stuff done then. Versus being more closer to being an engineer where you build stuff out from low ground. If you've never done much of it before, I would start one of the game engines. One of the big popular game engines, be it Godot, Unity, Unreal, it's whatever. Doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Because the primary pain of making something like this by yourself is not really technology. It's the fact that whatever you make will at some point break. And then it will be on you to fix it. And that's the real challenge comes from. Sometimes it could take a while. Once I was fixing a bug in my game, it took me a week to fix it. Now that was painful. So this is my first stage, the tutorial stage. So start off the same, how to move, and how to fire skills, and how to pick up items, and how to put it on. And then the next stage will be picking up an item from item chest. Or something like that, why not? And then off into the world you go. Off you go. You started directly on Unreal 2 years ago. Yeah, that's the thing, it's exactly what it is. Like when you use like a big tool that provides a lot of things for you, that's exactly how it feels. It feels like you can do a lot of things. You play like Lego big blocks, but you can't really make your own Lego blocks. And if something doesn't quite fit right, you just have to surrender to the best quality you can pull off in that game engine. Because you can definitely dig into the game engine source code itself and try to learn something from there. And with enough effort you can. But it's actually more difficult to learn by reading mountain of complicated source code, as opposed to starting from even just from like a Vulkan level and just building stuff from there. OpenGL is even perfect because it's simplified graphical API. And that's how I started as well. I think I started from like OpenGL 1x, which had even simpler API to draw. Or even just to USDL, just moving images around, that's even simpler. Because specifically for my case, I wanted to have both performance and also particular response to the characters. Without requiring too much on the client for GPU. Even then, like, it's not really necessary for me to build this from scratch. It's more that just that I found that I just couldn't make myself work in those game engines. Because even though like any kind of game you make, no matter if it's big, small, using game engine or not, it's still gonna take a couple of years to get it to good solid state. So you have to find something that will keep you happy with that for that long enough. Unless you're making like a very simple arcade game, then sure, but in that case it becomes more like a game jam than an actual game. So my game will have a view that you see currently. That's just this isometric Diablo 2 style game. It's not a first-person game. It's just from like an eagle's eye, so that you can see all the guys from a distance. It's exactly what like Diablo 4 plays and so on. Although my game here is actually more further out, but even that I can control. I still haven't figured out exactly how much zoom I want. Like this is way too close, right? And you can zoom out pretty far. Now, Diablo 4 they change the zoom depending on the context. Like if you like in a peaceful area it zooms in, when you're in a combat it zooms out, and then like if you're like in a scenic spot it like zooms like way out and then back in. So that's all changeable. But it's really more that I've enjoyed playing Diablo 2 for a long time. So I was just looking to build my own version of it with a different art style, different direction. The good thing about building everything completely from scratch is that even if your game entirely fails, you don't make financially fails, you don't make anything amazing, you will still build an insane amount of skill by doing this from scratch. Because if you go out in the industry and try to work on things, it's going to take a while for you to be given tasks that are actually significant or low level enough. They're usually mostly given to seniors. And even now, like even if you are a senior there, it depends what the game needs. Are they using game engine already? So a lot of the time you'll just be busy fixing Unreal or implementing features in Unreal, as opposed to building things from more or less scratch. So in a way it's kind of like a good fallback plan where you can always say like, hey, I've implemented inverse kinematics from scratch. And you can show example of that working. For example, here I implemented a skinned animation for the meshes from scratch. So all these animated particles online. Another thing I love to do in my game is that I can sometimes slow down game speed way down, and then I can observe how do things look like in slow motion. Like, how does it look like when they do get shot in the face? Does he react the way I want it to react? Because I want it to like snack back. And you can see him just like jitter back, like boom! And the pieces of farm are falling off him and bouncing all around. Because I think a lot of AAA games nowadays, they don't ever bother doing that. They just implement kind of things, and they don't particularly care if it actually connects fully. Boom. Like back. Excellent. Take that. Take care, man. Have fun. Now, why is chestnut spawning? Let's do a quick chest break. If we slow the game so much, the lighting will be affected at that moment in the game. The particle effects, I do slow them down. But that slowing down the game is really just for my own development. It's not part of the actual... it's not going to be part of the actual full shipped game. Yeah, I guess, yeah, if you slow down fast enough to 2.0 speed of light, yeah, you will have problems seeing things, sure. Sure. How do I escape those binds? So annoying. I'm in a crappy position here. Really crappy position. I want to take this file. For sure. For sure. I don't even want to give this. I'll skip this knight. I like my knight. You know what? I need to bring this king over here. As painful as that might be. Oh, not the bishop. No, my queen's gonna get stuck. It's gonna get stuck. Alright. Now, why are chess not showing up? This one should allow just about everything. Allows everything. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what it is. Actually, no, I don't see anything being spawned at all. That looks right. Yeah. Know what for testing? I need to modify this map a little. Let's make an opening right here. So I can just go out into the world for testing. But I don't see the chest. I do not like that. Oh, you know what? I think you need to group like all the chunks. But different subtypes. But still, why didn't it spawn this one? Weird. Let's see, allow empty. A little bit too restricting. Okay. That is where we are. I need to build more debugging tools to analyze the generation. It's too much of our known box right now. Oh, before I forget. I need to add that to the build system. Good. Well, if you're looking for some of resources, I also have Discord, and there draw a bunch of different links I have as I learn about different parts of game dev. Oh yeah, it's a good intro. Good intro. This is all the row generation. I want to see what happens here. Is item chest not part of that selection? Is what you're telling me. Let's see. What do we got? Prefabs, 19 is my item chest. Good. So there you go. Wait, where's my 19? Why isn't that here? Oh, here adds a reference this way. Interesting. Oh, it's confusing myself so much with this. Okay. So then what you're saying is that that one will be, it's really 15. With rules. But here it says rule for 19. I need to rewrite this whole generation a little bit. This is too much complexity for no reason. Because I'm looking for the rules. And this one checks it for that. Yeah, that's a bug. That's why it would be a problem. Of course. So yeah, the source has mapped in prefabs that it uses. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So I'll just change the name. Check all the rules. Yeah. Okay. Definitely need to make at some point a full pass and rewrite world generation entirely. Because this is not turning out as well as I was hoping. It's 19 here, yeah, but here should do something else. Yeah. Here it will add the mapped. Some item chest is 15. That's correct. But that also means the rules. The rules. This should be 15 technically. Even though I might not like it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's gonna take maybe an hour to fix everything up. Gotta rewire a few things on a generation. See if anything just dies immediately. Yeah, this source needs to be a little different. This one's correct, this one is not. So this is for source. It's this thing. So current prefab here is that. Okay, that point's the right way now. But when I set it, I need to map it back. Feel the urge to play Diablo 4 briefly. Maybe I'll take a break for a few minutes and play Diablo 4. Maybe. But I do want the item chest working. Okay, now this will tell me the values being changed. Okay. Do I have the mapping here? Okay. Wait, this is in reverse. It's already mapped. Yeah, prefab ID is already pointing at the actual prefab number versus this mapped thing. It's a reference number. So that should bring it back. Yeah. Let's see. Ooh. I'm go looking for 16. That was impressive. I need to leave more comments to myself, because it's way too easy to forget things. Alright, I don't care about that. Now there are too many chests. That is just funny. That is way too many of them. It might take a couple minutes working, but I don't want that. Let me see. I want to forbid. Do they have a chance somewhere to be not for any walls to be? Yeah, I think so. We'll just forbid straight walls. Still get too many chests, I do. Let's do more restrictions. There you go. No, it's a reasonably small number of chests. Should probably just keep it down to 1. Is that 1? I think that was just 1. Let's see, 1 chest. A bit too many chests sometimes. That's what I might need to do, extra mutations. Maybe for fun, do the opposite. I need to add removal of this thing. Let's see, add forbidden adjacent. I break. Oh, Snapple. Oh, right, right. That's for later. Let me think. Let just for fun be like on the east and west. Each way I'll just require a wall. Well, that might lead to no chests at all, though. Let's relax it just a little bit. Cool thing is because you generate a new world chunk called time, I don't even need to restart the game. I can just modify the rule on the fly, and the next one will follow it. Yeah, I still need to rewrite this whole generation. This is good enough. At least we're getting it. At least I'm getting the item chest now. So now... Good. Oh, this is the wrong branch name, huh? Now, how do I want to break this chest? I want to be lazy. If you just walk next to it, they just break apart, pop an item. Right? Right. I do want it to be physical too, so they break up into little pieces. So let's build a detector for that. Let's see. Turn debug mode on. Oh, I don't have a shape here. Wow. Oh, who tilted it? Oh, whatever. Oh, it's... I don't want it to be dynamic. Let's restart this thing. Bring it back to reality. Okay. Good. Oh, might be sneezing time. All right. Now. Change this to sphere. So that the moment the player comes into range, okay. So I need two components. one to check when the player's coming. Specifically for item chests. Another one to break the chest into pieces, which I don't currently have. I might. One more for item drop. Item drop I might have. Item dropper. Item dropper is there. Chance to drop. Perfect. At least that's there. I don't want it to drop though. I made it one, but whatever. So for now, first component will be simple. Once the player's around, it will destroy the chest, and I'll do debris as the next step. Item chest, player detector. Let's see. Break and approach. And player approach. Okay. Now reflect this boy. I did not take. Doesn't need much. Okay. Sounds good. Always fun to add a new feature. Now we need to stick this new component in the chest. Oh. Did I do something wrong? I did. Yes, I forgot to pop the tree node. Tree pop. Okay, it's here. Things are good. So now I can test things out. Here's that item chest block. Let's see. Here's that range. Detecting range good. Now I can write some code. Trigger results, good. Link. So. Just looking to see. Use the player and the trigger. And if it is, pop it. Should be easy enough. Except it's not happening. Why is it not happening? Why are there two shapes? Hmm? I'm only saying one shape, the sphere. So odd. Two shapes. Oh. Oh, right. The shape is different. It's a different component. I don't need that entirely. I just need to find a sphere right here. 2x6. Is there a reason I've shown anything? Yeah, okay. Yeah, now it looks good. Pop. It did pop. But where's the item? Yo, bro. At 0.5. That's weird. Okay. Do it again. Oh, did I just disable it? It's weird. You know what? Testing, let's bring this closer. Let's put it right here. Good. Good. Now we'll cover it. Yeah, destroys it. Good. So where's the item? Why is it there? Oh, I know why. Because in this case, the empty dropper is a child and a parent. You take parent into account. Yeah. Position if any. That should do it. Yup. Now, why is it floating and not falling down? That's odd. ¿Por qué? It's a dynamic. Has the shape of a box. No, it's supposed to fall down. Bro, why is NavMesh always on? For debug information, really not interested in it. Is ShowMap just not on? Guess I never saved it. Weird. Cause when I pop this bad boy, that item bounces like a madman. But this one doesn't. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go test a different item chest. There you go. Maybe it's starting asleep. Maybe. No. Oh, that's not what I need. Wait, this is bone chain 2. Okay, that's the one I care about. Now I'm using time drop. Dynamic shape of a box. Yeah, shape of a box. Hey, CPGA, yeah. And it's only getting started. Actually, you know what? I think today I've officially crossed over 60,000 lines of code. Let's see. Count lines. Go. No, not yet. Not yet. Now 170 lines required for that. Still got ways to go. Is it activate or not? Why, bro? Why is it not just falling down? Do I separate engine code from the game code? Kinda, not really. Not really. So because I have entity component system, I do have some separation. So for example, I have a renderer library, and that's primarily just rendering. I think my separation really just comes from the fact that everything is components and systems, and just through that it separates it out. I do physically kind of divide just purely code in a separate thing, but even then I don't intend to keep it separate. It just ends up being due to design of using Flex entity component system. For example, I actually have two renders, technically. Well, kind of like two different rendering passes. And I can toggle them all for a click of a button. Like this is my low end. They can run integrated GPUs. I even tested on my own integrated GPU and it runs fine. And I'm click of a button to switch into a different ray tracing, hardware ray tracing mode. And so that's a different path. But they both use the same components. They just implement them a different way. So separation comes naturally through other means. But how dare this item not fall down? I got to know why. Maybe I add a little debugging tool. I want to know. Let's see, rigid, dynamic. Now I do have some really big files. Primarily reflection to IM GUI. That's like, I think 30% of my source code right now is just reflecting components to IM GUI. It just lines and lines and lines of this stuff. Let me see. Do you have information if this thing is asleep or not? He's sleeping, it does. see. Yeah, it's sleeping. Well, something needs to wake it up. That's the problem. That item spawns when you're sleeping. Oh, maybe there's just a way you can just wake it up. Can I like wake it up right here? Wake up. That might do it. Let's see. Walk over. And it's sleeping. Son of a biscuit. Let's call it. But it sleeps anyway. It doesn't care. It doesn't care a single bit. I'll just restart completely. So right now I'm using a physics library called PhysX5. I'm considering trying out a Jolt physics library. It's not even so much trying out, I need it to simulate clothing correctly on CPU. PhysX has clothing simulations on GPU, but only on NVIDIA GPUs, not on CPU. I kind of really want that, just on CPU. I think Physics is just kind of putting it to sleep, even though I wake it up, it still does it. Not sure I could do some kind of quick little hack to wait a tick and then wake it up, and on the other hand, maybe. Like, why would it be asleep when gravity is enabled? Because gravity is on, like Donkey Kong. Also, why am I not... Hold on, let me see. Does it have a shape? It does have a shape. Yeah, it's not resting on anything. Now the mesh is slightly on top, that's kind of visual by design, that's fine. I'm just messing with physics now. So wake up is not good enough. If it is sleeping. Interesting. What's the easiest way for me to test this in a more effective manner? Not added it. See, is there any special component on the item that tells it it's the item? I could just do something nasty, but I gotta know if it works or not. I gotta know. Item in the world. Is it called Richard Dynamic? Yes. Let's just wake it once in a while. 12:30. Bro, I know I have it. Here you go. This is really bad, but whatever. I just want to know if it works or not. We'll just forcefully wake it up every frame. He doesn't care. Unless it doesn't happen. No, it happens. It's something else. Like you wake it up and doesn't care. Physics. Maybe I give it initial velocity. Let's try that. Do I have... Surely I have some kind of starting velocity to add. I have some 200 components, but I don't think I have anything to poke at it velocity wise. But it is an item. I should probably start out with some kind of velocity going up. Yeah, it has a dynamic rigid body, which is fine. I mean, it works fine for all item chests. It's specifically, like this item bounces happily and it's all happy. It's all good. Let's move it around. But that's when a robot explodes. It must be wakes it up by punching it. Whereas here, it doesn't have that reaction. Even when I'm forcing it to wake up, it doesn't care. Yeah, it's asleep, but it doesn't care. Okay. Do I use dynamic for anything? Maybe... Fine, if that doesn't work... If it's sleeping, why don't I give it... I want to try to wake it up and give it like initial velocity. Set linear velocity. Just a minor force up. Never had this problem before. I mean, this guy was thumping around and explodes when it... So it doesn't care. It will punch that item out right out. And I'm having the same logic to create the item as that one. Exactly the same logic. It just needs to be like... be touched by something. Oh, welcome to game dev. You happily writing features, suddenly a bug of unknown origin. Here goes 1 hour for nowhere until I find a way to kick it into gear. Touching velocity doesn't do anything. And it's not kinematic. And yet it sleeps. Bro, I don't want to convert everything to jolt physics just yet. I'll do it eventually to simulate clothings in a pretty way on CPU, but it's gonna be such a drag. It's gonna be like 2 weeks of no visual gameplay progress, just jolt. Maybe after initial Steam demo, but just not yet. Okay, I need, either way, when the first item appears, it needs to just kind of pop up a bit anyway, pop forward. There you go, it's sleeping. It's like they're really, I don't want to debug too deeply into physics. Sleeping now. No. Still sleeping, just doesn't care. Maybe I'm doing something stupid somehow. Oh, I can't imagine what it would be. I really can't imagine. Item dropper. So the thing is, I spawned that item using a specific component called item dropper. This item dropper exists on the item chest with no special configuration. A robot, when destroyed, has exactly the same component, just item dropper. There's no difference. And then this guy observes a change in item dropper, doesn't care about positions or anything else on the entity, just as long as it has item dropper, it will do exactly the same code. Exactly the same code. Or just nothing special. There's no difference. So at this point, I'm gonna just blame physics, purely just physics. And yet, how can I force it? Let's do some reading. When all else fails, let's do some more TFM. Wonderful. Okay, sleeping. There's a wake counter decremented by a time step every time. So I could try to master the wake counter. Why not? I don't know. Is that gonna make you happy? No, of course not. What a silly idea. What a silly idea. But I am curious now. Get wake counter. There's a float. Wake counter 10, it still stays at 10. I have to be doing something wrong. I just give can I sleep it through UI? Well, the thing is, I'm forcing it to wake up every tick, and I didn't care. Like I'm literally waking up right here. If you sleep, wake it up. Don't care. You're still asleep. So let's then do something else. This will likely to break some things. So it's temporary. Bro. Ooh. That's some different result. Body must be in the scene. Wait, what? That sounds like the body's not in the scene in the first place. Wow. How is that possible? Now there is a difference that it doesn't have a parent, but even so. Looks like it doesn't like that. Weird. Weird. Somehow it's not in the scene. Alright, so let's see if it's in the scene or not. Maybe somehow it got removed from the scene. In scene. Wow, it's not in the freaking scene. Scene is null. Now that certainly explains things. But why the front door is not in the scene? Alright, so let's stop messing around with this thing. Hmm. 1859. 59. Oh. Let's see what's the call stack on this boy. When is it complaining? Now. It's removing an actor. Yeah. Now I've never removed a static actor before. That part is true. Oh, I get it, because I'm running physics simulation and I'm on the trigger stack. So I'm inside a callback from physics being notified that something got triggered. So I can't be modifying the simulation right now, and I'm trying to add an object during a callback. No wonder things go bad. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. I hate it, but I get it. So what I need to do... I need to wait until after the callback. Until after the callback, so I can't be destroying the entity here. Wait, I need to see this call stack again. I need to see it again. Trigger results got changed. So it's actually is removing entity right away. What a bastard. I thought this flags would wait to delete my entity until after this whole thing is done, but it's not. It is not. I don't want to tick to wait for that thing to be ready. Okay. I will implement this before, but let's do it now. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep some number of yeah. Okay. So I can do that. And now it will add itself here. And then I can tick. Sure, I don't need this. Bro. Okay. Believe. I don't remember how to do this right for flags. I think it's the right way. No. Doesn't want it. Let's just stick something in here. What do I stick? I mean, I could do this. Just need to tick once in a while. Hey. Maybe it's just not being triggered. Find flags to restart the program. Currently using flex 3. There's flex 4, but I had trouble using it. Alright, so let's see if this actually gets triggered. Oh my god, it does, and it happens a lot. Let's not explode the buffer. see that happen. Okay. So that's happening. But that one is not. Why not? This is a singleton, right? Oh, it's not. That's the wrong thing. Is this what I want? Oh, jeebus. Was there more than one here? Maybe the anti-agers are dead for some reason. Praise to be to the Lords. It is finally doing it what I wanted to do. I can clean that up. Let's see what kind of oven nonsense did I have to do for all this stuff. Now things work. It's cleanup time. Cleanup time. Don't want any crap I don't want. Still look like good changes. This is fine. Okay, we're good. Now maybe I want it to be falling down a little faster. Maybe. Let's go look for another chest. No chest in here. Wow. It's just so slow. Why? ¿Por qué? Alright, I need to add a little thing to it. Just a little thing to it. Go hunt. Let's go hunt. It slows down so slowly. I kind of want the initial velocity though to be there. I could just add it. Do I want it to add directly on a component itself? I don't really feel like adding a whole brand new component just for that. Starting linear velocity. But that seems quite useful. So let's add it. Which allows me to do this. can even randomize it a little bit. Let's go. Such an odd behavior. It's like starts slow and then finally falls down. Why? Oh wait, I'm not actually applying a certain velocity anywhere yet. Let's do that. Bros, enough. Just ignoring it. Let's restart in case. Looks like it just overpowers that velocity initially, huh? Maybe I need a strong velocity. Wow. That is amazing. Just said it. Just doesn't care. It just looks wrong now. I do have a rule that it snaps the item back down if it gets too high. I see. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. Item. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, because I don't want items to fly too far, so I did add a check thing. Once it goes beyond certain height, I just kind of bring it down. Yeah, that's more reasonable. Yeah, I'm good with that. Good enough for now. Could maybe add a little more bounce to the side. Just make sure it's pointing up. Times of the VEC. Well, I was doing logics. The idea was to make sure it has a positive push, a vertical push plus some random direction. That's essentially what it's doing. You could still do it here. Actually, since somebody find y directly, maybe do it like this. Some kind of stupid little simple thing. Maybe just 3, just too low. Let's bring it up to 10. I think my real problem is my velocity. Gravity is just too low. I need to slam that thing down. But I'll do that later. I think this is good enough. Oh, what the hell did I do? That... What? Why is chest not spawning anymore suddenly? It just pops immediately? Why? It's so weird. Metadata is actually kind of funny, because yeah, it's supposed to have, like, they go remove the thing. Now I can add it like in a different spot. Let's add my chest item right here. Yeah. Boink. So I don't know what the hell that was. It just doesn't want to be in that spot for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's look for item chest in the wild. Out in the wild. Item chests do not like walls. So they're usually out in the open. Yeah, a bit too floaty for my likes. I'd rather be like slam it down like in Diablo. But it's good enough now. But what I can do now is add destruction to that chest. That's what I can do now. Think that deserves a save. Yeah. Let's see, do you have any stupid changes left in? Not really. Can do one thing. Is that a note? The code here comes from physics 5. Call back while simulating physical world. So delay the entity deletion until okay. It's good enough. Good enough. Yeah, that map editor was thrown together in a nanosecond. Why not show up equipment UI when approaching chest? Do you mean like once you have an item, you give it like a button to equip it immediately? Yeah, I've been thinking about that. So you can immediately consider if you want to commit right now. Most action RPGs don't do that. I've been thinking doing some kind of simple thing where I would show UI for the last picked up item. So that once you grab it... Oh no, what else? What else? Linear velocity is too early. What do you not like? Oh, Buzzbee must be non-kinematic. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Let's not do bad things. Anyway, if I was interrupted rudely by a physics thing, I was thinking of when you pick up an item that it would show like somewhere in the corner, hey, here's the last item you picked up. You can compare it and equip it if you want, so that way you don't have to go into complex item inventory here. This one shows the last item that was added, but it's not showing the item view. Why not? It's so odd. It's so odd. Huh. That is odd. Hey, Shu, where you going, Shu? Come here. I'll break the UI somehow. But there are a bunch of ways to do UI. Still considering exactly how I want to do it. What I'll just need to do is now it's getting closer to have like a playable loop. I'll just play it and see how it feels, how much of an annoyance it is. Come up with an easy way to just to equip it. I think that it would be here, but somehow it is not. Last summon limit is 3. This is a 9. Wait, what? The hell? No. This is the right way. There you go. Now we have a little tilt up, and now A will equip it. So run it through again. I'll get the item, boink, go, equip. Now that is a lot of UI which could be confusing. So it'd be nice to just, without being interrupted too much, just have a UI show up in the corner the moment you picked up an item. Oh, that's funny. A little dude just fall off the face of the planet when they get despawned. Oh, that's funny. I need to not do that. It's probably part of the reason why it lags a little bit when you drop it. That's funny. Thanos effect. That's nice. You'll have to feel, because you can definitely show the item. The problem is you have to give a pretty good window to show all the properties on it. It's almost like you might as well go into inventory to compare, really. Unless items like really simple. Which I don't think I will do them that simple. The only games that do like a single button equip in the corner that's a small thing is like little web games, semi-idle games. Buy items, a dime a dozen don't mean anything, it's all mostly pay to win anyway. So in that case, there's a tutorial, you would press one button and it would become equipped. It is tempting still to have a menu, just to show. Still, it could be fairly large. Like right now, my font is pretty big. I can definitely make it smaller. Right now, just like that. But even so, just would be pretty big size screen on that side. I don't know. We'll have to see. Test it out. Drop it like it's hot, pick it up, go. That's the last one, equip. I also need to hide the preview. See if the second page works. Go second page. It doesn't go to second page. It needs to go to second page. So then you can do this. I think maybe time for lunch break to cook up some steak. I'm getting hungry. Did I do anything useful here? Some small fixes. Yeah, but next thing is to have the storage chest be turned into 4 chunks. To be spawned in place and go bounce around for a little bit. That should be fun. But yeah, it's lunchtime while I play the list. I have a pre-saved list of all the progress I have from the beginning when I started working on the game. Alright, quick lunch break. One thing is I need to do, I need to fix my rasterizer deferred renderer to look better. I think I messed up. Maybe color conversion from linear to sRGB. But it looks kind of weird and muted. Probably in some kind of tone mapping. Because even here in the beginning it looked a little brighter, better than it is now. Alright, stick is cooking. You know what? I'm gonna mess around with a light map. Like, with a tone map, rather. Like, why does it look so poorly? Maybe just reflection adds a lot to it. I don't know. Don't know about that. Well, it's been 4 hours of thinking of lunch. I'll just end the stream now and join later. Take care.